Wow, that had a lot of energy. Happy Sunday. Welcome. Well, we will keep working on building my wife a website. Just pouring some tea. That's going to need to cool. Okay. Oh, goodness. Where did we leave off? Um, let's... I installed the latest update for Ghost TTY. So I need to restart everything. Where did it go? It's not it. Oh, it's at the wrong spot there. Let's move that. We'll bump the font up in just a moment. All right. That's right. We were working on libc bits. Okay. I'm going to do a small commit. Just these guys here. Not the libc. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Now, last time we had been working on a way to start our system so that it would only get initialized once. So now we call init reverb once. Init reverb, it does almost what it had been doing before. We store telemetry. And we also, where is the at exit? Oh, it's at the beginning of this. Oops. Here. We attempt to call at exit registering our shutdown function. The shutdown function, it gets the telemetry object and drops it. If we look at it run, we hit Control C. Oh, that's not it. This is the Notes app. It loads the VFS. Here we can hit that Notes app. This is the Notes app running. We can add a note. You can see that there. The Notes app loads the VFS. The VFS is logging. If we attempt to kill it with a Control C, we now see that the telemetry is being shut down. Then we have our at exit at the very end. Now I feel like we're not quite finished here. I feel like using something like a arc swap would be good for sharing state amongst these threads. Arc swap, as you can see, is optimized for read mostly scenarios. Limitations and common pitfalls. Let's see. Currently only 8 fast slots for borrowing. Okay, so drop the guards as fast as you can. What if we never intend to change it? What about a once cell? to think about this. Hey. And Malate, how are you? Good morning. I was also thinking of changing the architecture just slightly. Okay. Ooh, I'm not in dark mode yet. Let's fix that. My apologies. So much better. Thank you, Monodraw. So, last night I was doing a bit of driving and thinking about how could this change so that for, let's say, a global application that occasionally writes, what would be the best way to manage where the writers exist? Because let's say you had a global application. You could use something like Aurora Global DB. You could use something like DynamoDB or Google's version. What is it? Spanner. Now, Aurora Global DB does write forwarding, which is great. Right? It makes it look like you have a global database. But when people wake up in Australia and your primary is in, let's say, US East, then all the writes take an additional 100 milliseconds from Australia or longer. So why not, at some point, switch the primary from being, let's say, Australia to, or from US East to Australia? It would be nice if that happened automatically. So, how could we do that with this? I'm drawn back to some prior art. Um, Cloudflare workers, they mentioned that when you go to create a worker, I'm trying to find the docs real quick. See, I want their architecture, not. There's an overview. Anyhow, but what they do is they, when creating a worker, register where it exists globally. So the first time you go to mutate, or rather create a worker, that request decides where in the world the primary is, right? The writer. So we could do the same thing, and that the proxy, or proxies, would first ask data archive, right? Or maybe cluster management. Where a particular writer is for a given, I don't know, domain. Right? Because you have to imagine that a proxy is handling, web requests, not mutation requests. So we could do it at the proxy level, which, okay, that's interesting. Where else could we put it though? So it could be here. Now, the other place we could do that is not there, but down here. We could say, okay, hey, hey, VFS, as you go to mutate, maybe you try to check out. Sorry, I'm a little obsessed with my lines here. Maybe you go to check out the database that you're trying to mutate, not the whole set of databases. Right? If we do it at the proxy level, we have to know all of the associated databases with a particular request. If we do it down here, we could have different requests checking out databases in different places or attempting to. I like the idea of having it more fine-grained down at this level. It does mean that the first write would be slower. So we would have to do something to where that oh wait. But then how do we know where to send the mutations? Because the proxy needs to know. Proxy doesn't know about this if we're doing it down here. Yeah, it might not work down here. I'll have to think about it more. Let's undo a bit. There. All right. We'll keep thinking about that. Back to the code. Code. How's the font size? Is it okay at this size? We have 38 lines visible. We could do 36, 35. It's still not bad. Let me know which is better. I probably don't want to go more than 32. I mean, like that. That's way too much. 38. Yeah. I try to find that happy medium between watching it on a desktop machine in a little window, because I know not everybody's just staring at it, right? It's kind of like, you know, like a co-working space, right? And then some people are actually just have it set up on a phone and are following along. And I find it really hard to see it. I don't know, I'm, dare I say, older than some people. Um, I find it hard to follow along when people use the defaults like this. So, okay. So we only initialize reverb once. We also only initialize telemetry once. We store our telemetry object here inside of a mutex so that we can shut it down. Now, our VFS object hold on. I have to retrain myself. Why? I'm looking for the reverb object. Here we have reverb state. We create a new reverb object. We don't store this anywhere because MySQL ends up having a pointer to it. And whenever MySQL calls one of our functions, for example, some while function, they pass in a file. We cast that back to, what is it? What kind of file? Reverb file. A reverb file has a pointer back to reverb on it. So we can get access to reverb from any one of these locations. But we can't get access to reverb if we need to shut it down. And at this point, we don't really have anything in here that needs to be shut down cleanly. But I'm thinking that we might want to make it clean, like able to cleanly shut down. So at the moment, let's do some Git UI. Add the libc bits. Yes, and here are new errors. Fine. All of this is currently working. Feature reverb VFS. All right. Now the reason I tried to clean up some of the messes, like oh, working on a nice shutdown here versus doing it later. We could absolutely do it later, right? But this project is so large, I'm not going to be able to remember all of the intricacies between the pieces in a way that would be performant to development. I know I'm going to have to do this later. Let's just go ahead and do it. Otherwise, I have to come in here and this VFS logic and how it plugs into SQLite, it's challenging to step back into it. So let's see if we can do one of these. For reverb. Oops. I don't know that I want this to be a one slot versus a one cell. Oh, what program do I use for my flowcharts? Okay. Proper flowcharts, I like to use Mermaid. This here is called MonoDraw. It is a OS X only tool, but man, I just it works so well. Hmm. Mhm. Okay. We're going to make baby steps. Oh, what about mermaid? Oh, mermaid. You are one of today's lucky 10,000. Um, that's an XKCD reference, by the way. If you go to mermaid.js.org, my mistake, um, it's basically a website. You can do things in their live editor. Looks funny. Okay. Where's our sample diagram? I want to see it. Hmm. Well, here's an example. Here's our dark mode. So I will typically save something like the flow chart. They have different kinds of chart. Look at our templates, architecture diagrams, blocks, whatnot. Right? Lots of different things in here. I tend to use flowcharts and sequence diagrams. I'm looking for an example. Sequence diagram here, like these. Yeah, this is all online. It works great. GitHub has support for this, so you can embed this in like um, a code block and do something like that, and GitHub will automatically display it. Right? They'll do the rendering for it, so you don't actually have to produce an image and then all that. Yeah, it's pretty cool. All online. Then I just store these little blocks here, code blocks. Okay. See, I don't think I'm actually going to need to read from this all that often. I just need it shut down correctly. So let's set it up the same way. Once locked, mutex option to a reverb. How about correctly spelled reverb? Really? What are we talking about? Send trait is not implemented for. Oh, that pointer. Hmm. Do we tell Rust that it's okay? Wonder if how often this is referenced without being passed the pointer to the reverb memory. Because SQLite will just pass this back to us all the time. Let's see. Rust. C. F of I. And so we'll have to call C to malloc a buffer. Okay. Okay. That using a unique pointer might solve this. Oh, I hadn't heard of a unique pointer. Oh, it's experimental. Interesting. Why not just implement send? I'm in the same boat. I'm one of today's lucky 10,000. I should be able to do a unsafe impulse sync for storage. Then the compiler is trusting me that the pointer is not mutably shared elsewhere. Hmm. Okay. It relies entirely on your knowledge of how C uses data behind this pointer. Implementing send means C won't rely on thread local storage or thread specific locks when using the object behind this pointer. Paradoxically, that's true for most thread unsafe C code. Okay. C pointers, asref, and phantom data for adding type safety around wrapper structs. Let's check out this link here from Shepmaster. Another solution for this case is to move a mutable reference to the item into the thread, even though mutability isn't required. Since there can only be one mutable reference, the compiler knows that it's safe to be used in another thread. As Bluss points out, this is allowed because refcell32 implements sed. Let's look up refcell. A mutable memory location with dynamically checked borrow rules. Okay. Creates a new ref cell containing value. Memory save. Let's see. Rust memory safety is based on this rule. Given an object T, it's possible to only have one of the following. Got it. At least says chapter 4 in the book. Enforced by the Rust compiler. Situations where this flexibility is not enough. Okay, but this shareable mutable containers exist to permit mutability in a controlled manner, even in the presence of aliasing. Okay, cell, ref cell, and one cell. Doing this in a single-threaded way. They do not implement sync. If you need to do aliasing and mutation among multiple threads, these types are the correct data structures to do so. We are currently using once lock, but it's not send, so we're not worried about sync. And this mutable pointer, I think, yeah, if we try to do that, I think we would still have the same problem. Mutably, value cannot be borrowed while this borrow is active. Okay, and it just panics. I'm fine with that. So I don't think it'll happen. Now that's if we are doing this only so that we can do shutdown properly. I don't know if future me will want that. How will a future developer who isn't aware of this moment understand the code? They'll see that there's some global singleton, and that global singleton has values that they want. And then it'll panic in some obscure way. Hmm. Probably better to make it safer. What about arc swap? Atomic storage. I also don't want SQLite threads blocking each other because I have a mutex. So I would like this to be as light as possible if we do have some sort of, swap or whatnot, some sort of locking. Methods, trait implementation, drops, realized auto. Hmm. SQLite is so fast, I don't want to introduce any bottlenecks. So, like even what we were talking about before, that wait for 100 milliseconds to bind the writer process for maybe a specific domain or a set of requests, something to a specific region, that's still kind of iffy in my mind. That's 100 milliseconds. So maybe we just tell it we implement that unsafe send, right? But then we document it and say, only call this if you're accessing it from something that SQLite gave you. Isn't that exactly the same though? SQLite just hands you a pointer, right, and says, here, hey, I don't know, good luck. Okay. So if we are going to do this, then we have to document in here not to add anything that is not itself safe to send. I'm okay with that. Okay, let's do that. We then have to determine the rules. Determine the safety, I mean, not determine the rules. Oops, too far, too far. Here, da da da. Let's document this. Actually, it doesn't need to be. Doesn't need to be a mutable pointer. Hold on. Let's validate our precondition here. Can we just change that? Expected muter const pointer and raw pointer. Okay. Let's say it's const. And what is a const pointer in Rust terms? Functions, other use of const. Here at the very bottom, the const keyword is also used in raw pointers in combination with mute, as seen in pointer const t and pointer mute t, pointer to a constant t or a pointer to a mutable t. What about const used as used in raw pointers can be read at the raw stocks? Okay, let's go look at that. Where's a reference or a mutable reference? Get a pointer to a boxed value to your reference. This is essentially what we're doing. Rust just needs to know, is what I'm pointing to always going to be there? Pointer address of. That's interesting. See, so we are actually handed these pointers. Right, so SQLite gives us a pointer to other structures. Yeah. Let's try this. Where is this called from? Can we change that mutability? Let's see what breaks. Yeah, there's something somewhere else. We have a lot of mutable pointers. Because we receive a lot of mutable pointers. Okay, that's the one for default VFS. Default VFS methods. Underlying methods. Oh, wait, no. For mutable, we want to get. Let's see how the previous one worked first. Mismatch types. Expected raw pointer found. Okay, so expected mutable found constant here. So next VFS here. This is now a const pointer. However, our SQLite APIs require it should be a mutable pointer. And going from const to mutable, Rust isn't going to like that. Everything is going to be const once it's const. What? Cast mute? Hmm. All VFS, and that's just because SQLite wants it that way. SQLite does not modify these pointers. The only pointer that SQLite modifies after the fact is what? It was like when it's in open somewhere. It is in Xopen. It's not. It's in here. It's this just initializes the file itself. So this one, okay. I think that's okay. Okay. Open file, default VFS. Why are we calling it this way? I thought I had an impl. All right, this is in VFS file. Where were those other bits? Were they in here? Here. See, I think it's this default VFS methods that we want to be using here. It has an open, and default VFS methods is implemented for mutable pointer or pointable to pointer. Is that a mutable pointer or a pointer to a mutable blah? I think it's a mutable pointer. Maybe I'm reading that wrong though. Is, is this possible? No. Let's go back to the pointer page. Just wondering if it's like, if I should parse it like C or not. It's boxed. It's a, I think it's a mutable thing or a constant thing. Okay. I think you read it like C. C kind of reads right to left when parsing these. Okay, so default VFS methods we have open on a pointer to SQLite VFS. So we have a reverb file here. Oh, it can only be used if it's in scope. VFS file methods. Okay, they should be in scope if it's available. Oh, thank you, Museum. That's a great question. How do we test this? So we're actually running a TIKV cluster, Iggy. We're running archive. We're running a lot of this and just iterating on the pieces that are changing. So at this point, we have our little notes app loading the VFS. Kubernetes locally? Oh, goodness, no. We're just using something much lighter. We're just using, what is it, Overmind with a couple of tabs. Here's Iggy, here's TIKV, and then I have a proc file. Docker? No, goodness. So, okay, let's talk about Kubernetes and Docker for a moment. Um, Now, before Kubernetes, before Docker, there were other technologies that were used, right? In cases where you really needed to ensure that things were separate, right? That one area was divided from other areas, you could use things like in FreeBSD, they had jails, right? It's something actually called a jail, which would set up a secure place where you could run something that wasn't necessarily trusted. Um, this is before you had Docker and a bunch of the other abstractions that the Linux kernel provides. They also exist on other systems like, what is the one on FreeBSD? BHYV? Beehive? Um, I think Windows has similar things as well for um, process isolation. Okay. However, when I'm working locally, do I need to have Docker? Do I need to have Kubernetes? I don't. I just need to start a process and for it to not interfere with other processes on my machine. So they have to run on different ports, right? So when I run them, Hyper-V is the Windows one. Yeah, okay. Um, so I just ensure that they're running in their own directory with their own ports and everything works. I don't need to start Docker. I don't need to build a container and have file system abstractions and blah, 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 blah. That's just going to slow it down. So I use Overmind. Overmind. No, no, no. Overmind. Let's search for Overmind and rock file. Here we go. It's like Foreman. If you ever did stuff that used Foreman, uses a proc file. You use Overmind to make your mutalists. Yes. Sorry, I couldn't part mutalisks without some effort there. Yeah, the StarCraft reference. I got it. It took me a moment. Um, so yeah, I used to use Foreman, and so when I look to do local development, I just want the process to get out of my way. Is this a performance thing? It's I don't think it's a machine performance thing. Although it does have an impact. I don't know if you've ever done development where you have some sort of file system abstraction or where you have to rebuild a Docker container in order to load it. I mean, this is faster. It's literally doing less. So by definition, it's faster, right? There's less code involved. So um, it just feels snappier. I don't want to have to run a bloated Docker. I'm running OBS and all this other stuff. It's like, and truly, like, why do I need process isolation? What is Docker really giving me? What is Kubernetes giving me? Isolation and orchestration. Overmind. Hmm. There you go. Orchestration on the cheap. These are system programmer tools, I guess? No. You could use this for Rails, web development, whatever. Yeah, some random project. You could use this for whatever. Whenever you need more than one thing to simulate a production environment. Okay. Unrelated, but you solved your issue you're having with Lua and your TUI. Oh. Let's take a look. Yeah. Essentially, you could do what many big companies do. Like a lot of big companies will use Kubernetes or Docker and big infrastructure and waste a lot of money, right? Um, I'm not saying that they always waste money, but it's very common that they waste money. Um, when you could just get, you know, some number of bare metal machines and just run processes on them. Right? Let's see. The proxy thing is a meta table that can be applied to any table and it builds a tree out of it. Oh, wow. Holy cow. That's cool. That's going to be very useful for debugging. Hmm. I mean, imagine 20 years ago when you were rolling out packages and stuff to a whole battery of machines, like 200 machines, right? You would have some system that would then tell all those machines to install a package, right? It could be like a FreeBSD package, like when I worked at Yahoo. Um, and there were ways for it to shut down the existing process and replace it with a new one, right? Kubernetes and all that other stuff, it basically does the same thing. Right? However, you lose a little bit. Right? I mean, take a look at this. Was it docs.rs? If we go look at something like Cloudflare's, what was it, the proxy one? Pingora. It just hit me before. Now, Pingora is pretty cool. Right? They use this for serving 40 million internet requests per second. Yes, that some system usually involved coffee and a pager. Yes. Coffee. Anybody miss pagers? Um, okay. So, yeah, this is. So, I don't know if you've ever connected to the internet, but if you've connected to the internet, you've interacted with something online because Cloudflare's everywhere that is running Pingora. Yes, it's a proxy server. It's basically what's running Cloudflare's Edge cache or Edge network. Okay. 40 million requests per second. So, in the time that we've been chatting, millions and millions and millions of requests have been going through this thing. All right. But one of the cool things that they did with this crate is this crate, it allows you to replace a previous. So, oh, I have to take a step back. Imagine you create some sort of web service. Okay. I'm highlighting things that don't matter. But imagine you create some sort of web service using Pingora. Cool. And let's say you have a new version of that thing. You fixed a bug. You fixed something. Right? Well, if you start to deploy your new build to all of your different servers, um, you could, do like a Kubernetes rollout, right? You tear old machines down, you spin up new machines, and yada yada yada. Or you put the binary, your new build, right next to the old one, and you switch in place. Pingora supports that, right? It supports transferring the socket, the listening sockets, from the old binary to the new binary. So you have no downtime for that system. And so that all that traffic can be gracefully moved from one system to the, or from one build to the next without dropping old connections. That's great. That's hard to do with Kubernetes. It's not easy, especially if you have long-lived connections. Gracefully reloads. So, anyhow, I got to get back to building my wife's website. Let's see. All right. Well, we did see this, which was the first one. We didn't see the one after this, which drives me bonkers. All right, where was that? That was here. You can see we only got the first one, not the second one. There's the short one. Technically not an error, just helping us see it. No core dump. Does not appear to have shut down in a bad way. Let's see. How did we actually shut down? Let's go to notes. Notes main. So in notes, towards the bottom, we listen for Control C, our Axum server shuts down, and everything just drops, right? The reparenting of sockets is also how Heroku used to work. I, I don't know that I feel like we sometimes move away from some really cool technology that humanity spent decades building. All right. So in this case, we hit Control C, everything drops. And up here we have SQLite DB pool, which would have dropped after that. So our DB pool drops, our SQLite ends up disconnecting. Wonder if there's anything we need to do with our DB pool. Heroku was a lot of old meets new. Then the new took over. Oh, you had associates who worked there. That's cool. Nice. SQLite options. Yeah, we just have a DB pool. And that's what's shutting. Oh, we have this connection. So we get this connection. We run this migrator. It drops at the end as well. For funsies, let's put that in its own little block. We don't use that connection anywhere else, do we? No. Okay. Does that change the behavior? Cargo build. Control C. Run. Reload. Mutate. Add note. Good. Reload. Really? Are we not getting logging at all? This is working, yes? Yeah, it's working. Really? We dropped it. Okay. Logger's gone. Wait. That couldn't have. Really? We acquire a connection from the DB pool. Build example nodes. Okay, we see everything. Control C. Fine. There's our pass sync. Yeah, the connection won't drop. I'm concerned that our VFS is maybe that it's getting shut down too early. But we should see this, but we might not see that if it's not DL unloading. So if we just do that, then we're limited to the connections that happen to be in the pool. Max about min connections. What is the minimum connections? Self to min connections. What's default? Ooh, options. Min connections is 0. Okay. Let's leave that off for a moment. Is this a bad thing or a good thing? Because I would like to not require that a connection is held open. Right. Okay, Control C, everything goes away. Great. Run it. We initialize. Do we log if our attempted initializations? Here. Okay. We don't. I don't either. Like what is a connection pull for SQLite? File handle? Like I wanted to set up an example for, like maybe a Rails system or something was loading the VFS. Well, it might have a connection pool, right? Tempting reverb VFS init. Okay, now we'll get the log messages. Let's give it a build. Run it. Okay, we see the init. Let's now poke the server with a refresh. Nothing happened. Hmm. Pretty sure the async wrapper on SQLite is just a channel that sends box closures around. Oh, maybe. So why, okay, why would the logging stop? So if we hit Control C, we can see that the logging is still there, right? It logs itself out. Right? Center box done. Maybe just a limit on that channel. I guess it could be. So this is still there. We're not seeing this happen again. But the fact that that connection is gone changes the behavior. We don't see anything dropping. We would have seen this. Ponder, ponder. I'm going to pour some tea and think about this. And just to validate this one more way, examples main, set the minimum to 1. SQLite pool options, SQLite connect options. This is, oh, SQLX. For each pool, what is it using? SQLX core pool. I'm not sure if it's using something interesting under the hood. Okay, so testing, setting the min connection to 1 in the pool to see if we get the same behavior. I'm looking for more signal. Right? Currently we have one piece of information. When our main connection drops, everything goes away. Well, logging stops working. Why would logging stop working? A local state that got cleaned up somehow? Let's give it a run. Reload. Oh, interesting. Even with maintaining one connection in the pool, we get still the, I guess, the non-logging behavior. Back here, let's make a change. Okay, everything's working except for the logging. Did that thread go away? Connection worker. Yep. It's funny. It's just cereal. It has to be a semaphore. How many commands can be? Yeah, it could be. I was still looking for the pool. Okay. So even with the pool size to have a minimum of one, we still see the error. Minimum connections. No maximum lifetime. And just by keeping our first connection around, I guess technically we're not migrating anything. We could comment this out. Build nodes. I'm trying to think, is there some sort of state? See, like it initialized right away. But why? Just a reload. Still nothing. So what was special about that? The mutation thread. By commenting this out, it means that we have a minimum connection. Hopefully that first one persisted. Okay. So we know this doesn't make a difference. We'll go ahead and leave that. This makes a difference. Is it the migration that's important or just the connection? I don't know. Let's check. Yeah, unused. Okay. Cargo build example nodes. And Firefox, reload, come back. Everything works. So it's just because we didn't drop that first connection. Let's see, that's going to be in docs.rs. Is there a SQLite? No, it's not SQLite, it's SQLX. It's a semaphore. DB pull SQLite, pull options, SQLite, SQLite. It's generic. Oh, it's generic. Copy link address. So we get a permit. Okay. So all that does is throw how many futures can be awaited during an acquire. Fire up from that. Gotcha. So idle, check idle. Okay, increment size. Yield now. All right. So interesting musing. For sqlite just limits how many items can be sent, right? Before all those permits are given back, which makes sense. Now, what does dropping a connection actually do? It takes a permit, right? But for SQLite, if you've returned all the permits, does it close the file? Right? Or does it keep it open? Right? Does it? And from this returns a little connection on drop. Okay. Debug. Here it is. Drop. Hmm. Close on drop. Is that the default? You usually have to manually flush close on the async thing, like a file. Right, there's no drop with async. So I get that. As part of what's perplexing me is that we've set up all of this state, and it seems to be tickling. Here, what's that? Let's go back to our VFS init. So with our telemetry, right, and this is what we're seeing. Um, we call what we're seeing is that our telemetry stops working at some point, right? When we call telemetry init, we're initializing the logger. The logger, we don't have an endpoint. Um, Nothing really happens there. Oh, where what? No, it was higher up in this. Where was it? Init traces, init metrics, init logs. So init. Oh, nope, it's got to be in there. Or log provider. That documentation hints at something. Lock the SQLite database handle out from the worker thread so direct SQLite API calls can be made safely. Yeah, what does that mean? Interesting. The next one, let's see. SQLite isn't really thread safe. Hmm. They open the DB for every command, but they collate to transaction with one open. Interesting. I always imagined that SQLite, that it would be thread safe. Provided that no single database connection or any object derived from a database connection, such as a prepared statement, is used in two or more threads at the same time. I see. So they're working around these conditions, these constraints. Yeah. Their definition of thread safe is the old C thread safe, where you can't ever call a function from a thread that isn't main, but that doesn't mean you can't use it from multiple threads at the same time. Thread safe just means you can move it between threads, I see. So by the program keeping this alive then, it locked it to a specific thread. No, it would have held that guard. This lock handle. Okay. It spawns a new thread when you make a DB or pool, and that connection is the join handle generally. But most libraries provide a higher level handle, which is the channel to communicate with the background thread. All right. Okay, so I get this. Now, how would this affect the logging? Wouldn't it have just returned that handle? And because it means it can't really tell if they open at the start of the thread or at the start of the command. So I did try and got the same behavior where it works if I just acquire a connection. So if I acquire a connection, then the old behavior where you see all the logging. Yeah. SQLite plugins, you can, yeah, are they per connection? Yeah, what's a connection, right? Um, that's a great question. You can have your plugin. So let me take a step back here. Our plugin is designed to be the default VFS, right? So we replace the defaults that's there with ours, and we have our proxy, right? Whenever we get a request, the request then is we forward it on to the default. Um, Plugins are designed to be loaded and unloaded. You can unload a plugin, but they don't actually call that. Like you don't get any sort of notification that you've been unloaded. They just stop calling you. And that's for plugins that aren't the default. Connection is what SQLite calls an open. Yeah, so that in SQLite will cause VFS to open to be initialized if the VFS parameter is in the URI of the connection string. Yeah. So some memory is allocated at that point with the SQLite 3 open. Um, we could probably do this with a command line too. So if we did SQLite 3, oh goodness, I don't even know the commands for this. Back to the search. Into the library. No, I don't want that. That'd be cool, but no. Command line shell. Oh, interesting. It has a VFS list. I had not seen that before. Loading extensions. So we can just call load path to that. What their URI format? I am not relying on SQLite 3 close to be called. Because we are loaded as the default VFS, we exist beyond all open and closes, right? We get loaded with the first open and then just exist. Um, I guess an unload could be called. All right, let's go back. No. Query VFS. XDL close. I don't think so. For here, let me load that up. SQLite here. Go back. XDL close. Documentation. We pass this through. Yeah, we pass these calls through. I do not think we get. I don't think we get called for this on ourselves. Like here, let's double check that. That would be, I think, in pass through. So it's not going to be for the write ahead log. This is going to be for things that we pass through. And if they're doing a DL open, that would be for the shared object file. Oh, oh, that's much higher. It's on the VFS object, as you mentioned. Not Clay's, close. Here. Yeah, we just pass it through. Oh, interesting. Without logging it. Wait. What is this implemented on? It's on file. Mm, that's in pass through. Pass close underline. No, that's the wrong close. We want X close, which is different. There it was. X close. We want DL close. This one. DL close. Okay, so we are doing that. So let's do a build of the VFS and the example, because I don't remember what state I left it in. Do we want to see it with or without? Let's see it without first. So no close yet. Control C, we did not get a DL close. Let's run it again. Tickle it with Firefox. Okay, nothing happened there. Let's make a file mutation. Still nothing. Control C. Okay, it looks like it's not being called. Unless I have other DL close, like it implemented somewhere else. But this is the top level object. Oh, maybe. Where's this referenced? Here. It's not, it's been in the API forever, so that's okay. Am I expecting the .so to be unloaded? I'm not, which is why we hooked the add exit, right? Because with the add exit, we get unloaded at that point. Okay. But I still want to try to load this outside of notes. So how do we load it just using SQLite? SQLite URI. Okay, cache private mode name. VFS equals blah. Okay. And our mode name. We want, how do we set write ahead logging? Oh, that's set up on creation. Okay. SQLite 3. I think we can just give it a file name. And we give it dev/1/. Help me out. I don't remember what it's called. AppDB? Test.db3. Okay. No matches found. Okay. Oh, we have to have this inside of quotes for the question mark. Okay, good. Target debug. Reverb. No, it's lib reverb underscore VFS. Uh-oh. Wait. Unable to open database. Fascinating. Because why? The Rust program requires a file lock on it. I'm wondering why the oh, because we don't have this set. I was going to set this later outside. All right. So we need this. Well, that's not it. We need that. Set to dev one. No. Mutation FIFO. Hmm. Okay. Not really sure what's going on in SQLite. There's so many traits of and abstractions. Losing context after 10 jumps in your editor. They have their own FFI wrapper for SQLite. And they store the connection in a mutex, which is used in the channel thread loop. So going from your Rust knowledge, they keep it open for the entire thread. Interesting. They store the connection in a mutex. Okay. Huh. Otherwise, it wouldn't have a mutex to swap out the connection. There's no arc or anything. Interesting. Let's try this without the not open. Dev1 appdb test.db3. Okay, dot tables. Fine. Dot, what else do we have? Want to load an extension. Load an extension library. Load, target, debug, live reverb, VFS. Ah, okay. So we need to set the environment. It's neat that you get Rust logging there, right? Yeah. I like how the errors kind of stack up, right? Like we tried to parse the config file in air quotes, right? We got this error. Well, we got this error, wrapped it in a little bit of context, and then a little bit more context. Yeah. All right. So how do we set the context so we can run this outside of our notes application to see if the issue was just maybe with this stuff? Right. So let's set our mutation FIFO like we had as our mutation FIFO. We'll do that and call sqlite. But I think we need something else. But what is it? Here's settings. Give us okay. Oh, we're initializing the telemetry in the Notes app. We're not going to see anything except for our console logging. Oh, I don't know if I like that. Oh, do I just have two loading? Because I'm using buyer in the VFS as well. Maybe service info. Yeah, it's loading here as well. Now, in this case, we purposely turn off some telemetry bits. We're just trying to log to the console here. But I wonder how this handles being set up twice. Oh, any here and IR do the same. It's cool. So in this case, we set it up here, telemetry, and then we set it up inside the VFS. Ooh, I'm surprised that it's not complaining about that, quite frankly. Let's do that. Then we'll do a load there. Okay, now we get our our logging. Um, open. Was it dev1 app db test.db3? Okay. .vfs info. Okay. This is actually interesting to see the size that's allocated here. And it's version 3. That's fine. Any others? Oh, wow. Look at all these. Okay. So there are many VFSs built in, right? Unix, memdb, etc. Right? Now, if we were to do this again, let's quit. Okay. Not possible after the thread's local data has been destroyed. Uh-oh. Okay, we'll come back to this. Um, it's interesting though. Yeah, well, we know where that's being called. It's in our destructors, right? In our drops. But you can see, like, quit is called, and it's just dead. Like, we see a couple of pass throughs for closing a file, and then boom, gone. Right, our DL unload, nothing. Okay, so let's SQLite again. No, almost. Um, let's load it with our environment variable. Do VFS list. We should see a default here, do we not? Oh, okay, that makes me sad. Okay, nothing. So we load this one. I suspect it's using Unix, because we're on OS X. We're loaded. Let's open our file. Open. Oh, dot tables. See, look. They open the journal. Lots of pass through. X access. So what we're looking for, the DL would happen at this level. The VFS DL open, DL close. I don't see anything. All right. Those are notes. So we ran that there to there. Okay. Oh, we have an X delete. Oh, it removed the wall log. I wonder if it is crashing and we're just not seeing it. If this is happening, SQLite should have crashed if that's the case, though. Let's fix that. Wait, it's saying, wait, what is it saying? It's saying that thread local data, local data has been destroyed, which is thread local, right? I wonder, I wonder if the state for our logger is being held in thread local and that somehow gets destroyed, even though, but you said that it's stored in a mutex. Yeah, let's see. Let's get rid of this. Maybe the thread destruction. Maybe there's something happening causing the thread to die in a way that. No. What am I thinking? I'm thinking that maybe that. No, I just proved myself wrong. Okay. I was thinking that maybe they're doing something that is, destroying some data in thread local. However, we still see the application shut down. So if we were to just run the application here, right? Um, go there. Where is it? Here. Let's give it a reload. Right? We don't see anything, but we hit Control C, and then we see more. We see more. So it's still there. It's still valid. It's just that everything that's happening in the middle doesn't get sent to it. There's no thread locals in SQLite. Okay. Hmm. Do you know if thread IDs, just standard POSIX question, are thread IDs reused? I mean, maybe if they roll over or something, but all right, let us say.
May I have my iPad?
All right. Sorry, kiddo interrupting. It's not really interruption. Needs his stuff. Oh, you had to check the spec. So POSIX allows thread IDs to be reused after the thread is destroyed. But while it's alive, the thread is unique. So we don't know if thread ID 1 is still in play. Interesting. Ah, you can give names to threads. That's during thread creation, right? Yeah. I don't know that we have access for that. That would be, see, in this case, I think these are handled by Tokyo. Tokyo's creating threads. Okay. I want to try doing this again. Load, open, select something, quit. Huh. Interesting. Thread unnamed, panicked. I, oh, it's, oh, interesting. Tokyo lets you set up a factory, excuse me, for naming its threads. All right, we might do that here in a moment. We got something interesting though. Run it with backtrace 1. Okay. Local key. Oh, here. VFS lib 604. It's in tracing on event reads TLS to see if it's enabled or not. That's 12 or 13 in the backtrace. Okay, here. I see. Let's see. What's 604? It was lib. So it's trying to shut down. I see. Fascinating. Do we just not drop the telemetry? So, does the drop for telemetry log? It does. It does. Well, we print line. We call shutdown. Oh, at exit runs after the threads are killed. Okay. Let's say tracer provider. That would be in logger provider, which is what we're using. And open telemetry shutdown does log. Yes. I think it's just this year. I remember seeing them when we call shutdown from within the Notes application. It still works because Notes has telemetry still set up. It still has logging set up. So could throw a catch unwind around it. Oh, here, let's see what happens. I don't think I've ever used a catch unwind in Rust. Hmm, let's try catch block. Okay. Might not catch all Rust panics. Okay. Let's try. Hmm. Hey, Fuser. We are using the Challenger Deep theme. I think we will know why it's failing though. I mean, do we even need to log it? Yeah, it's exiting. So I want to see that it's doing something real quick though. Infuser. Should you consider using Rust in the future? Um, it depends on if you have need for it. It's a tool in a toolbox, right? Oh, I opened these in the wrong order. Let's open again. There we go. Quit. Wait, what? 605. Oh yeah, when up doesn't go back. Result. Is this because I'm eprint lining? That doesn't make sense to me. Load. Open. Was our select? Hey, we have data. And quit. Fascinating. Cannot access thread local storage during or after destruction. It does not appear to be capturing this. Hmm. I'm dropping the error, which will continue. Oh, you should forget it. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. So dropping the error from the panic continues to panic. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Fascinating. I love these projects. You get to learn all these interesting like pieces about Rust. Okay, now the quit. 606 in VFS live. Okay, yeah. 605 is here. Right. 606. 606. Hmm. Oh, and the mutex guard? Oh, maybe. Let's put these on separate lines. And the quit. 609. What? It's the drop of telemetry that's crashing it. Yeah, telemetry drop. The shutdown. What is it trying to drop it a second time? Or or forget it. It's possible. I mean, if we just didn't do this, right? That's the same because it's static. You have an option map returning a new option. here. And the quit. Yeah. Got pass through, wall, X delete. No unload. No DL unload. Now reverb we shut down. That just closes a file handle for a pipe named pipe. Oh, so they can load other extensions and unload them. I could see that. Okay. Are we good with that? Just, I mean, it's, I guess so. Would it pollute things? Not sure. Yeah, that's it. I've noticed the same thing. Um, and then the forums kind of allude to just being able to just die, right? Your program should just be able to quit and you're good. All right. Let's see. Where does the thread exit? Maybe we should drop the telemetry there instead so tracing doesn't bug out. Oh, maybe. Interesting. Is there an add exit for a thread? Because it's not our thread. Like, we didn't create it. We, when a thread returns, it drops. Oh. Oh, I see. Or maybe we should spawn our own thread to manage our telemetry. So that was precisely what I was trying to get around by putting it inside something else. But as you point out, right, when the thread returns, it drops. No, we could stuff it in like a thread local storage instead of a static here. Oh, that's fun. How do we use thread local? That's it. Thread that, and then we import this. I get, yeah. Oh, you won't need the once lock or the mutex. Huh. Got it. Because that variable can only be accessed from, of course, it doesn't need to be sent anymore, right? Or sync. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Goodness. Let's have a one cell then. Does it take a telemetry? On fingers. Import. Okay. Parsing this here, the macro wraps in a number of static declarations and makes them thread local. Okay. Supports constant initialization. That's neat. With borrow is on thread local ref cell T. Okay. I was looking at ref cell the other day. Or local key. It's your friend and your enemy. Um, oh, it takes a new. I You have to give it a value t. So we give it an option, a none. You want a lazy cell? Okay. takes one argument. It might not work as I need to give it context. Mm, maybe. Actually, it might work. Because this produces something that's more or less static. Another const. And we just need that. Oh, but errors. No, no, no. No, we need to be able to handle initialization failure, which we can't do there. So a once lock. So I feel like we've been here. Anybody else got that feeling? Get or a knit? No, but we have to do a get and then a get or a knit. Local key. What's a local key? Get, replace, set. Yeah. It's only a local key cell. Thank you. Oh, I hadn't seen that. Okay. Okay. Try with. And we want a try with. Let's do with. Oh, that only gives us a borrowed T. It doesn't give us a mutable borrow. It doesn't give us exclusive. Oh, that'll work. Okay. Try with cell.set map error cannot initialize. Huh. Now, are you thinking with a different kind of cell, like just with cell itself, or not? Basically, not a once cell. Does cell have a getter init on it? It doesn't. Okay, so you must be talking about the once cell. Yeah. Getter init. Lifetime may not live long enough. Oh, we do not need to return. So we're getting a reference to that. Uh, there. Sets it. Okay. Now it's in thread local storage. So we should see it shutting down when the thread's shutting down. When threads shut down, do they... So I'm trying to think of the order of dropping. It should be okay. Okay. No, that's perfect. Yeah. Let's give it a build. Let's see what happens. Okay. Open the database. Select some stuff. Quit. Oh, are we still... No, we have that commented out, don't we? Run destructors. Lazy. Telemetry. Fascinating. To the implementation, I want to drop the log processor. Hmm. Heading testing for shutdown scenarios. Well, the one option is to just do nothing. Just forget it. And we have to store it somewhere. Where's the best place? Thread local? Still seem to get an issue. Oh, wait. That told us information. No, we were calling close. I, yeah, we were quitting. Hmm. What's another option? Could change VFS away from using buyer and that mechanism. Huh, not bad. That's not a bad choice. I wonder if other systems will still have the same problem, though. In tracing, really? It's an open issue from a few years ago. Okay. You have a link? 1517. There it is. Yep. Thank you. In both log and tracing, global defaults are only set once for performance reasons. Is it possible to use an approach where every thread calls dispatcher set default with clones of the same dispatch. Since dispatch is reference counted, the subscriber will be dropped when all threads are terminated. Interesting. An alternative solution is to construct the subscriber alongside a separate drop guard that triggers a flush. This way, the subscriber can be set as a global default. Hmm. You're right that the docs for set default with default don't actually state that the default is set for only for the current thread. It's implied here. The function documentation should really mention that explicitly as well. Hmm. The person controls their threads. Yes. Huh. Okay. That's fair. So, hmm. All right. Now, the only reason I was initializing this was because I don't control the application that I'm going to be hosting that, but I want it to use the library, right? If somebody has like a Rails app and they load the VFS, I don't really control Rails or the tracer. I could just do console logging, or let's see, what else could we do? Um, wrap it in an arc so it's reference counted. Yeah, telemetry. Oh, that's interesting. Actually, I like the arc idea. I mean, that seems so natural. I think the problem is that each thread is going to have a copy of it. Well, hold on. Let's think about that. We can't initialize it more than once. Let's play around with that idea. Hold on. Let's come back to the code. Okay. So let's go to where we initialize this. We could have an arc around this. If we drop it, when do we drop it? Right? When all, well, if it's an arc, when every reference has been dropped, but when would that be? Part of the reason that we hold on to it is because, well, outside of the function is because we don't control the main, the top level scopes. Around what init returns. Init, we register. So the way that init works, we come into init and we register our VFS. It's coming down to reverb new. Reverb registers where soon here. What does this do? This calls VFS register, and we have our reverb VFS, which is a chunk of allocated memory that SQLite initializes. Byte in it? Yeah. So we allocate memory and then give it to um, SQLite to keep track of. So we don't get to, drop anything there. And this goes back to not having a proper shutdown, right? Which is why we're using add exit because of that code right there. Buyer init is where the telemetry coming from. So it's shared. So buyer init, thank you. Um, yes, this is where the telemetry is coming from. We initialize the logging provider here. Right? We skip over tracing and metrics provider. It just holds on to logger, basically. If we look at init logs, we have a logger provider. We skip this because the endpoint. Skip the OTel bits. We register tracing subscriber. Okay. And then we call tracing subscriber registry, blah, 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 init. Oh, it does seem to be coming from the hotel stuff. Let's look at that again. Log emitter. Yeah, where is that? So we skip that. Skip that. We're tracing subscriber. Tracing core, tracing subscriber. Here, the log emitter we see again. Is that from the builder? I mean, maybe I just skip everything and just have tracing subscriber. What if I do threads false? Let's check. In the hotel builder being the logging provider. Okay. With threads, and this is open telemetry layer. Is something we're check each one of these real quick. Okay, we do nothing in those. Just quick sanity check. Endpoint, none. Fine. Logging. So this is the only builder we use. The logger provider. Skip this endpoint. Skip the hotel, because that's for the endpoint. And we have ENV filter, tracing subscriber, 230. This doesn't get called. Oh, we map. We always map. Oh, I mistook that. Well, this is an option, right? So if it's none, nothing happens. And endpoint in this case should be nothing. Let's. Oh, I wonder if it's set to like empty string or something. And that's causing that. Hold on, let's verify that it's a none. So if we omit the endpoint here, it should be a none. The others are omitted. This one should be omitted as well. OTel off, it's just required because I didn't bother to set up a default. Okay, let's come back here. There we go. Grow build. Now, with the ePrint line that you're suggesting, are you thinking in here or down here? Ah, okay. Should get the same effect with the panic. Yeah, no panic. Yeah. So that did not get called. That means we're just setting up tracing subscriber. With OTel layer. That's just none, isn't it? Line 260. Oh, really? Like if the names themselves are causing the issue? Oh, that'd be interesting. Nope. Let's see. What do we have though? just surprised that OpenTelemetry is involved at all. Why is it even there? Okay. Yeah, let's just making sure. Let's look elsewhere. Options, okay. It's our config structure, our drop, shut things down if they exist. Init traces, nothing. Metrics, nothing. Logs. Been through that one. We'll come back to that one. What else? Init. Oh, no, that's meter provider. These here. I'm just gonna. Mm, let's just not do that. Just for fun. Let's do nothing. Right? Oh, logger provider doesn't support none. Fine. Coming back to logger provider. Add your code into their code. I'm lost by that. I'm not sure what you mean. Add my code, call into their code. Oh, with a drop? With a drop? Here. That's if it was created. A tracing provider is never created. It should just be none. Oh, but the logger provider. What is this? Where does that get set? No, no. I call build on it. Oh, I see. Because this here, we don't actually use it below, do we? Or do we? Hold on, let's double check. Is there a logger provider? No, we just return it. Okay. So, need to set up same thing. An option to a logger provider. Man, that's okay. Now, if we don't have an endpoint, we don't do this. Hotel layer. Okay, So we still need the OTel layer, maybe there. Then we return the provider. Okay. So we need two things. We could return two things. This needs to persist. Once this drops, then the logging goes away. Right. And then we need that to be able to pipe it in, feed it with stuff. Actually, I'm not sure why it's here. Why is it there? I don't know. Let's foo equals. Okay. Some endpoint. This feels messy. Drop my phone. Be right back. Good news. Phone survived. Okay. Logger provider is used there. And that's only done if this is a something. Okay. So let's remove the wrapper around that. A layer, logging provider. Oh, no, no, no. This should be, I guess it could be a, some. These things come in a pair, don't they? But do we need the hotel layer? Oh, we do. Never mind. Keep thinking. I like that change. Okay. Now settings endpoint. That goes away. So now we optionally have one of those. Double check. Builder. Hmm. I don't see why these are okay, but this one's not. Yep, it does sound like the bug. So, any insights into this? Why is it because of this object? No. They're both providers. Each one of these is a provider. Different kind, though. And for whatever reason, it doesn't like this. Is it because it's the last one? Oh, it is. So, whichever the last one is, shortens the lifetime with the new coherence checker, which is fine here. If less sum, okay. Uh, yeah, it doesn't really matter here. Well, this is a good change. I don't know if it'll fix the issue in the Notes app, but this is definitely a good change. Try again. Beautiful. Okay, let's try notes. I forget the state we left notes in. It is not doing its connection. Well, it's not keeping the connection open, rather. Oh, okay. So now you're sure it was a thread local thread ID thing. That's perfect. Agreed. Where was it? Here. I think we just need the endpoint. What is this type here? Is it just a string? I think it's just a string. That's the wrong one. Net traces, net metrics. Here. Oh, it should be an option. Aren't we in telemetry? What? We have our own error type here. Yeah. All right. Hold on. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Yeah, you're sure about okay, the thread local thing you linked to static thread ID. Yep. Oh, unsync is one cell's lazy, not standard lazy. You've used one cell a ton. Recognize the types anytime, anywhere. But locals are a hack, but necessary at times. Their drop order is weird. And it's why Rust doesn't have an at exit. Interesting. Why static mute was axed. Things happen after main is a footgun. Things happening after main is a footgun. Well, and here we are. Things happening after main. Feels like we don't really have a choice. Feels like, you know, SQLite more or less forced this upon us. The other argument is, will the OS just clean it all up? You would blame C? Okay, I blame C too. I could get behind that. I love C. I don't mind blaming C. Okay, none. Why did this need to change? Oh, we were returning log error before. Isn't yeah. Oh, service info is not there. Oh, we need service info as well. Or just the name. Why is that name in metrics? Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay. And OTel level. Hmm. Yeah, just past settings. Exactly. Mismatch types because of the second one, which is filtered blah, 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 blah. Open telemetry tracing bridge. Wow. What are we actually using that for? Here. And width wants a layer. Something that is a layer. So we could box this up and just call it a layer. Oh, option impl layer. I forgot about that. Oh, and nested impl trait. It's not allowed. Let's see. Hold on. Did I not import it right? Tracing subscriber. It's a format layer, isn't it? Yeah. Expected trait found struct layer. Did I choose the wrong one? I chose poorly. Hmm. Is it reload layer? Reload just sounds wrong. Layer L with L layer. Tracing subscriber layer. Okay. Mismatch types. Options, some. Oh, what if I don't turn it into a layer at this point? The hotel layer. What is a filter? That's an ENV filter? That that type is easy. But I'm curious. Oh, it needs to be a result. Oh, all right. Now we need two things. We need to pass in settings. This 2025 web scale logging metric stuff is a mess. We should go back to writing to logs.txt. It's funny. It's now an error. Okay. The trait bound for lookup span is not satisfied. bound for s span, s lookup span is not satisfied. Where is that coming from? Required for filtered open temperature bridge provider to implement layer. Oh, really? It's the wrong way here. And it's beautiful now. Every lifetime. So it's a subscriber for every lifetime. And it imposes lookup span. Okay. Let's uncomment these. That's easy now. On the upside, you can now conditionally do that OTel init later on. Hmm. So true. So true. We'll capture more lifetimes than possibly intended in Edition 2024. Oh, tell us more. Specifically, these lifetimes are in scope but not mentioned in the type's bounds. Oh. All lifetimes in scope will be captured. Ah, use. Is use a new keyword? Not allowed in bounds? Oh, that's on the return, isn't it? On 210? It's a new trait. Uses a new trait bound for input traits to be precise above what it captures. Goes inside of that? Oh, yes. Thank you. I. Sorry. It didn't really, it didn't seem like, I get it now. It's telling me this doesn't go here. Not allowed on, okay. Yeah, I see it now. Okay. Are there no errors? Wow. What does it look like? Okay. Optional. Yes, yes. Hotel logs. Okay. And in it. That seems fine. We'll just stage it. Just for now. Good. Now, larger question. I'm bringing a lot of cruft into my VFS because these are possibilities. And while it might be nice for the VFS to maybe use something like this one day, I really don't anticipate it. Oh, I get it. So we can now specify output lifetimes. For any lifetime T must be valid. And it will trade plus use. Okay. For any trade impl, it must use this lifetime. That's nice. I really like that. Yeah. I could see that being useful when you have multiple lifetimes at play, especially. Yep, for these, use those. All right. Now, what am I doing? I am only using these lines of code. Right, not even. Like this doesn't even count. This width. I'm pulling in a lot of cruft, right? All of the open telemetry stuff, which can't get optimized out because it's a possibility, right? It's dependent on the config, on the runtime config. Well, I think we fixed a nice bug in here, but I think the solution I'm going to go with is taking this. Let underscore equals right log set text. Something happened. Yes. That's what I'm thinking. Essentially, I want, but don't want to write something that logs, but does it on maybe a separate thread so that um, it's not slowing down the the requests. Right? I don't want to wait for additional disk I/O or standard out during the request itself. There's a background logger for tracing. Does tracing subscriber implement background logging? Burn or whatever, because you're not going to be sending the VFS stuff to hotel. Exactly, right? I've not heard of Fern though. Let's see, what is Fern? That's your logger of choice, huh? Okay. Logger of choice when you're not using your own, yes. Oh, I'm familiar with FlexiLogger. I used to use it all the time. I really like it. Now, it's possible, right, that there would be multiple of these things running at the same time because I can't control the application and how it's loading a VFS, how it's managing its SQLite. So it's possible that more than one of these could exist at a time. Um, so I like the idea of logging to a file, right? Especially if I could, you know, put put some sort of identifier in the log. Yeah, that's why the background request, because printing to standard out is super fast. I think people don't realize that printing to standard out sucks. It is so slow. It's amazingly slow. All right, well, out of curiosity, before we move on to Fern, because I think we've done a good thing here. Spent a nice couple hours finding a bug, some esoteric bug, but a bug nonetheless. Dispatching to shared. Interesting. Oh, it's interesting. But I might not be able. I might not be in the same process as the other loggers. Because the applications, they might fork or something. I don't know. But I like this. Yeah. Okay. So let's finish this thing up first. We'll have a new version of Buyer, which I don't think we changed anything substantial in the interface. So probably a patch release. But I want to test, not that. I want to test this. That's not Firefox. Here's Firefox. Reload. Woot woot. All right, woot woot. Hit the button. Thank you. Yeah, it's just, it's being awesome all in its own way. We'll see. Shuts down okay. But I think our lack of logging is still not sure why. All right. Okay. First things first. Get. Okay. Racing. Oh. Does Fern also support background thread? Unfortunately, especially due to the use of closures in Tracing Subscribers API, it is not easy to provide a convenient and flexible API for, for plugging FlexiLogger's functionality into tracing. Yes, yes, I hear you. All right, Fern, async. So what's the possibility? Right? The possibility is that we lose some content. Uh, if a background thread gets killed before the write happens. I want to try Fern. Let's try Fern. And what is target? Oh, it lets you target another module. Got it. Okay. I didn't realize that log supported structured logging. Fern. Complex configurable frameworks. FlexiLogger is minimal. Hmm. Well, that's handy. So I think my logging might be more, or my tracing is probably going to fit better into structure. Okay, let's pull in log. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. We didn't finish this. Get Cliff. Oh. O.2.2. Okay. No change log changes. Why not? Ah, there we go. Fine. If I drop tracing, you'll drop like 70 dependencies. Log is 1 dep, fern is 2. Perfect. Let's see. Let's see, target debug. Lib reverb VFS is 10 megs. I know it's debug build. That's okay. Let's go back to VFS cargo.toml. Let's remove buyer. Oh, and cargo.toml. Here we could go back to buyer version 0.2.2. Okay. Now for VFS. Before we get too far, let's add log. Has log hit 1.0 yet? No. Working on it. Oh, I want KV. There we go. There's log. VFS. Tracing subscriber. Those go away. AV is the only change since it was basically pulled out of standard. It's funny. Fern. Repository. No. Bum bum. All right. Well, not Fern. There may be. Was it EMV logger? No, Flexi logger. AV closed. Hmm. I'm kind of curious. Does so log when it has this? Okay. So values that are capturing these two. Using the record key values method. Supports both log, KV, and JSON formatter. Okay. It's also KV. Okay. Visitors in all sorts of lifetimes. Hmm. Colors and text filter. Let's do KV. Is file included by default with FlexLogger? Looks like it. Maybe we'll play with so AV and async. Let's oh, underscore. It's flexi underscore logger. Okay. All right, VFS. Here we go. Let's get rid of service info, buyer there, telemetry there. Okay. All right, we might need to stuff something else into telemetry. We'll leave that for a bit. Oh, yes. Where do we get the? All right, we'll have to figure out the mutation FIFO bits in a moment. Okay. Oh, this we already put in here. Let's keep them in sync. Okay. Oh, var error returns var error not present if. Okay. With context. Instruct env. Oh, error. Returns result. Not confirm from string. Oh, can we go? No, no, that has to be. Okay. All right. So now we have init reverb. We have not done any changes to tracing. We've got a bunch of errors. Great. Lots of wire. Hmm. Log. Who's tracing? Really? Ah, that cannot be the only place that was imported. Like VFS wall. Hmm. Oh, I was referencing the crate directly. Uh, okay, I'm just going to burn through a bunch of this real quick so we can get on to the better stuff. Buyer goes away. All right. Settings. We don't need settings at all. This file can just go away, which means we can get rid of Serde and Doku. Serde. Hmm, environment? No. Don't think we use that. Next one. Use no. I don't know. I just can't. I don't know why. I probably should. All right. Well, it looks like it might build. It's like 7 macros and a couple of structs and a trait. Okay. Okay. What I love about what just happened is that I didn't have to change all that much. I think I had structured logging somewhere, although I'm not seeing it anywhere. So, no, no, oh, the structured logging was set up the same, wasn't it? Um, Tracing, debug. Here, like this. Oh, they'd have. I thought it had these first. Structured logging info. Okay. Oh, that's putting it in a different module. Is no, that's okay. Razor. Find a razor. They're using display. Maybe the semicolon. Yeah, here it doesn't have the semicolon or the colon. Yeah. Okay. Let's give that a build. Oh, is it? I didn't realize that. Okay. Very good. Okay. And that's different. Hmm. Oh, it's closer to how standard does it. Gotcha. My desk is standing now. Hmm. And it'll never be a proc macro. Oh. Oh, and thank you for the follows, everyone. I've not been paying attention. Control plus V. Kira Aziz. JoJo K Music. Boss Gans. And AMC Max 11. Thank you. I think we're done with buyer for now. Come back here. Let's try this again. Ah, yes. Okay. Hmm. What's going on? Why is there nothing? We didn't set up the. We didn't set it up. That's. Oh goodness. All right, Halsey. Let's go set it up. But it works. Yes. All right. Flexi logger. All right. What is log specification? Oh, I'm in TRC. Thank you. This option rotate. Cleanup strategy. Okay. What's here? So I create a new logger. Parse the log specification. Do I have to do anything for async? Or does it automatically use async? Oh, write mode, async. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Allows you to test your output. All right. Now, with the logger, just thinking about the lifetime, I'm just going to take this, toss it in there. Actually, let's just write to console for now. Flexi logger. Something. All right. That's not really what I wanted. Uh, Probably work though. Okay, now the error could not convert. Flexi logger errors. The source on this, that was okay. There's that. Oh, this is try with stir. Okay, hmm, with log specification, let's do that. Try from. What's a text filter? Yeah. Swap that one out with log spec snafu. Builder stuff build. Oh, you can load it from a log specification. Oh, from a file at runtime. Well, that's handy. Okay. Okay. You can also reload the specification. Ooh. Oh, that's awesome. All right, we'll have to get to that, but for the moment, We're going to be working on ownership of the logger. Just needed something in place so we could poke around with it. Okay, is it initialized? It started. We have a logger. It's not going to log past the end of this. Let's make sure of that. Okay. Missing. Yes, I did the wrong thing. Here. Load. Attempting to load. Interesting. Yeah. No dice. Why didn't we see these? We're at debug level for everything. Because these aren't above that level, which means we have SQLite logs. Oh, look at that. And you don't have to log on, you hold on to any handle that'll log to standard error like a typical. You don't have to hold on. Really? Like where is it? Who owns it? And what owns it? And do we need to shut it down? Stored in a static? Okay. Oh, and now that we have this in place, I also wanted to look target debug lib reverb VFS. Those other pieces that we were not using were, goodness, 6 megs. I wonder how we would trigger reload. We don't really control the process. We get called occasionally. I guess we could create a thread or something. Oh, that could be smaller if FlexiLogger didn't bring in regex. Use regex to parse Rust log? What? Why? Like I was thinking, okay, regex seems reasonable if you're filtering stuff out. You know, Musin, you should make a Rust log Lexer crate that everybody else could just import. Well, I like most of this so far. Okay, so okay. Now, oh, let's test it with notes. Let's test it with notes. We don't set reverb mutation by fo. Really? Right. Oh, right there. Yep. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. The error. Missing environment variable, reverb mutation 50. Are we sure? I didn't compile it. That's why. Oh, you know what? Examples, cargo. This is using buyer, and that's fine. Okay. Oh, wrong. Here. Okay. Let's split this, split right. Okay. Reload. Nothing. Add note. Nothing here. Uh-oh. Why do we have nothing? We're supposed to be logging debug. Warner higher goes to standard. Error. Okay. So that's the one from. I didn't realize that this was the OpenTelemetry provider from the notes example. Oh, it's called notes. No wonder. There we go. Reload. Nothing. Okay. What's that? Randomness is asking for 44 bytes. Okay, so we're not getting the logging. Control C. We can see that it's shutting down over here. Oh, you do a vector if the element's under 15. Yeah. No, that's brilliant. Okay. So, oh yeah. Yeah. So we'll remove nodes. Log to file, default, that's fine. Build nodes, build the VFS. There it was. Run nodes. Successful registration of reverb. Fine. Well, for whatever reason, our logger stops working. Now, where does it stop working? We have to. Did I misunderstand earlier? I thought you said it was stored in a global static. Oh, init doesn't. Oh, My mistake. Okay. Flexi-logger. Init. It just calls start. Where'd the music go? There it is. But it writes the standard error. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay. All right. So we're kind of back to where we were earlier. Or we could try to store this in thread local or just like we had at the beginning, some once lock. And then we can try to shut it down. Let's try that. Oops. So you only have to call shutdown if you have something special? Huh. Okay. Nothing. Did I logger store that there? Yep. Let's try that. Good call. And this uses Rust log, doesn't it? Yeah. Tracing log won't show up in log stuff. I think I got rid of all tracing for VFS. Yeah, it's all gone. Okay. Hmm. Nothing. Oh, it's over here. Yes, okay. We're not expecting it to be over there. We're expecting it here. Got it. Okay. That means we come over here. Yay, it's optimistic. Nothing. Okay. What should have happened? Pass through. We have all of these debugs here. Log. I do like having the prefix here, like the crate name here instead. I'll undo that later. We should have had some reads at least. Maybe an open. Wait a sec. I didn't see the AOEU happen. Okay, now we're not seeing. Oh. is this because notes is using buyer, which tries to capture log information? We went through this. Try yours, Alta-logger. Hmm. All right, let's go back to analyzing what are we actually seeing. This is the tracing. This is the logging. Okay, so we can see that logging does not appear to be captured by the tracing. It is colored. Fancy. But any call past the first one doesn't seem to be working. There. Alto-logger become. Got four. Hmm. Well, so it started up. Now, if we hit the website, we should see much more. Did I not? A box logger. A log. It appears to be called once per process. So here we're in init reverb, right? Init reverb is in an init one, our once lock. And we only see attempting to init reverb once. So it's only attempted once. This, I mean, it looks correct, right? Mm. So I did. I did put a ePrint line. Oh wait, did I put an ePrint line? We'll have to check. Well, let's double check. But let's see here. So I used to use like FlexiLogger. I was looking at the wrong side. Malloc, debug, mutation FIFO. Nope, not there. Oh, that's right. I used to call environment init. Remember now. All right. And that is. Did I get rid of it? I did. Huh. It is fantastic. All right. So in pass through, let's see, what was it? Read here. ePrint line. We should see this. It is. It really is. It's fantastic. Build. Right. It just built VFS. Okay. I don't see the AOU bits yet. It's not running there. It did not show up. Why would it not have shown up? Let's kill it. Okay, there. It doesn't connect. Something changed on the client side. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Here, let's go into lib here. Ah, let's try just at the entry point. Right? Well, very nearly the entry point. So this is a test. Does print out. Ah, yes. Now, I, I think the thing that changed was this connection. We were not keeping a connection around because this had been commented out. So if we build that back in and run it again, now we get everything. Yep, there's our read. This is fascinating. So is yours set up for? Yes. which is perfect. Um, Now I'm curious, why is this not working? So if we comment that back out, build it again. Okay. Yeah, it's not there. But why is it like logging to standard out not working? Standard error. Yeah. Absolutely. But it should still print. And why is it that it did print when we held that connection open? It might not get flushed in time when the connection drops. Print line here. Reload. Nothing. The E print lines here were fine. These were fine. Now, previously we saw that it was a second thread that would have been printing this out at this moment. What's a second thread? Do we have to initialize log for each thread? Log is global across all threads. Hmm. What is this? There's no thread local storage or anything? Yeah. Hmm. Okay, what if somehow, I don't know how, but somehow they're not threads. That can't be it. Hmm. I don't know. Let's do something a little bit more than print line. Let's do panic. Rebuild. We run it. Now we read. Oh, strange. It should have crashed. Why is it not crashing? Oh, hold on. Could it be that it's only initializing for the first one somehow? Is my example code broken? SQLite options. This extension should happen for each one. Oh yeah, I love that print line with extra oomph. Max lifetime dot anything else? I don't see anything. Is the DB pool not being used? DB pool. App state, okay. So if we go to index, we get notes, create a template, fetch all from state DB pool. Let's try the wall log. I'll read, I'll write. And it's broken. Okay. It's not blowing up. You can get a feature from the pool. Pool.close event. Okay. So the VFS is not being used unless we keep the one. Let's see. Unless we keep a connection around. All right. So if it returns immediately, then the pool, so we can use a pool.close event. So you think the pool is being dropped somewhere? But it must go into app state, right? Then app state is passed into the router with state, and we just serve. DB pool dot close event dot await. So this, in theory, should just hang forever. No, that seemed way too fast because I didn't change that. I changed this. So is it serving? It's not. So the pool is still open. Okay, so that just waits. Connect with. Maybe there's a bug with SQLite pool options in SQLX. Good luck finding it. Yeah. Okay. So I actually used sqlite on this before. I remember it working, but also I don't know, it's a while back. How interesting. Still can't specify extensions for SQLX migrate. That's why you do it in app. All right, let's try it. I need to get sqlite. Oh no, examples. Let's see. Oh, that's a great way to do it. Actually, doing what features with it also tells you the features, which makes a lot of sense. Ah, ha 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 ha. Huh. All right, check. Yeah. About, let's see, sqlite there. Actually, I'm not seeing SQLX here, but I suspect it is. It is an issue. I think they have a pinned issue. So what is data plane using? I don't see a direct. Let's use it. Let's see. What is the syntax for dash p? Isn't it just the crate name? Name, Semver. I don't know. It's just here. Isn't that name, Semver? Maybe I need to update cargo. What features? Shh. D. Hmm. Maybe it doesn't like it because there's some conflict here. So let's go back to examples. Let's comment out sqlite just for a moment. Oops. Oh, db checksum. I wonder what db checksum is using. sqlite. Oh, really? Well, there's your problem. Because I was trying to load version .33. There we go. until SQLite SQLite supports loop SQLite dash version blah. We were just at 32. This database stuff is something else. We should go back to card catalogs. Yeah. Okay, let's go splunking. SQLX dependencies. That's hard to search through. Here. No. Really? Really? Hmm. I don't think we have to worry about that. Dependencies. Maybe it's in core or here. There. Features. Dependencies. What? How did I end up there? Oh, interesting. Is Rescue Light the ones that export or that wrap SQLite. I did not realize that. Oh, there's some like so we could use the bundled version. But if the yeah, this is gonna blow up. Oh, it is bundled. We are using the bundled version for SQLite. So if we're using the bundled version here, why don't we just depend on this? Let's say it's bundled. Maybe we just force the update. We just check out SQLX. Or we just use SQLite for everything. It's now an 083. Really? What changed? Ah. Yeah, I really like it. I really like it. It pains me to even think about it. and prepare a transaction. Yeah. All right. So for our current test, right, what were we trying to test? We were doing this. We went down this rabbit hole in order to determine whether or not opening something with, let's say, a sqlite, closing it and opening it again would have the VFS loaded still. Well, let's just pull that into a different crate. Cargo. New bin. I'll save it, you know. All right. No, we don't need multiple things. Hold on. Features bundled, loadable extension, load extension. Oh, what's the difference between load and loadable extension? Okay. All right. Connection. Open in memory with flags and VFS. Wow. Load extension. Oh, that's right. So with sqlite, it actually works a little differently. You call load extension. You give the path, the entry point, maybe. Um, we need a connection for that. Let open with flags. Path, blah, db3, sure. Flags being what are the open flags? I think we just want the default here. Okay. Okay. Connection. We load the extension. Now, what I used to do was open a in-memory database, load the extension to get that against that, and go do whatever I wanted. An warp speed. Yes. Okay. Load extension. Give it the path. // reverb target debug lib reverb VFS. Do we have to give it? Why not use a connection string when you use sqlite? I thought using extension here just modified the parsing that it normally did. Like it sets the same thing as if you would have provided that in the extension. Entry point is none. We're using the default. Self, of course, does not need to be provided. Oh. One less difference. True. Unsafe. Okay, fine. Okay. So we have a connection. What do we do with a connection? Let's maybe copy a database. Copy / reverb dev1 appdb test.db3 to whatever we called it. Call it blah. Test. Okay. Execute. Select star from notes. Around. No. Guess it's not an execute we want. We want query. Query all, something like that. I think I passed it. Whoa. Query rows. You have to prepare the state. Okay. Prepare. No. Interesting. So you query off of the statement. There's nothing. Collect. Actually, I don't think we care that much. What we do care about is that all is equal to that. All right, it's a result with rows in it. Rows is probably something that's an iterator or lazy fallible streaming iterator, yes. Okay. Now, what does it return? A row. I thought there was a. Oh, there's a next. Okay. Okay. Let's make that work. Go run. So fast. Missing environment variable. Yes. It's dot slash reverb dev one. What was it? App db mutation 50. All right. We got a note back. Dropping reverb state at exit. Great. Okay. So now the test that you want to perform. Do we want to just do this twice? Or do we want to create a new connection? Oh, wait. We do not see any logging, right? Oh, it should be in a. No? Should it? Where was it going to? Where did we leave it? Yeah. It may not be Rust. So, I mean, we could just log to a file. That's perfect. I like the idea of just logging to a file. Oh, don't forget Rust. Yes, that's right. That's right. Thank you. Oh, it is there. Okay. Look at this. First one, fine. Second one, well, neither actually printed out the read. So what's happening with the VFS plugin? Is it just not registered as the default now? Did I screw something up in the pass through? What was it? Dot VFS info. Uh, SQL input error. Padoda Palman, how are you? Okay, so we did get the logging there. We are not hitting the panics, right? I think we still have panics in place with the VFS. Gonna undo. Can I undo some of that? You don't have to run it directly. Oh, nice. Well, there should have been a lot happening here, right? The other option is just to not have logging in the VFS. Was it before? Okay. What was the other thing? There was connection. There was something else too. What extension? Hmm. Open with flags and VFS. Let's try this. Opens a new connection to the SQLite database using the specific flags on the VFS name. So instead of load extension, flags and VFS, here we'll just go with the defaults. And this would be Slash reverb target. Okay. Panic. Oh, wait, where? Line 10? Oh, okay. Extended code. No such VFS. I disagree. So let's name a VFS module to use. Is that it? Name. So new VFSs are registered. Yes, this is out of the VFS documentation. So if we go back to the VFS on this, VFS here in lib register, VFS register. That should be this here. And we provide 1 as the value to make it the default. I You have me questioning the 1 now. We get a success. Default. 1 is true, which is default. Yeah, like DFLT, like a couple of vowels. Is that really going to hurt? looking here. No such file. libreverb. Where are you being run from? Where I'm standing, that exists. No such VFS. What does that mean? How about we copy that? Okay. Now let's just load reverb VFS. Oops. I'll go run. No such VFS. Reverb VFS. Extension. Loadable extension. What's the difference between a loadable extension and load extension? Oh, that's right. There's different kinds of extensions for SQLite. This is different than what I have set up. Actually, mine isn't so far off. Maybe I'm using the wrong load. And VFSs. Okay. But it's using load extension. And why? Then, oh, where was it? Here. No? Resculite? Here. Oh, this is a loadable extension. Oh, goodness. Okay. Load extension. Load extension. Oh, that's right. You have to enable doing that. I forgot about that. You must call this when you're finished loading extensions. Okay. What about load extension? Yeah, so you could use the load extension guard on the connection. Strongly consider using load extension guard. Well, all right, 30 minutes later, I did not load the extension correctly. Okay, not sure what's up with this and why the VFSter isn't finding it. What are they passing that into? VFS. Open with flags. Pass in some VFS. ZVFS. Okay. I mean, that's perfect there. Lib reverb VFS. Lib reverb VFS. Good. Line 7. No such VFS. Amazing. Is it actually trying to load it? Because we did see, right, when we went this route, I tried it with the dylib, and I had the same issue. Let's try it again. Yeah, still nothing. No such VFS. It feels like it's probing the library for something. What is it? S-trace? No, I want S-trace. Yeah. Okay. Now going back to this version. Oops, missed one. Now this should be broken. Let's prove that. However, look, it actually loaded it. Like it initialized. But then it was gone here. Okay. Let's add the guards. So first off, weird. It works without guards. Was there a new on that or just a naked struct? Oh, new. Okay, with the connection. Okay. Still no logs here. It's the same behavior. And that VF, the last little bit doesn't matter. Maybe the way it's wired up. Could be. Yeah. Okay. I think I need a break. Been at this 7.5 hours. Yeah. Okay. I suspect I butchered something. Yeah, it's not going to the read or the sync. I wonder where that changed. It's recent. It's real recent. Oh. Oh. Hold on. Here. In the VFS. We mentioned a while back that we were going to update this and blah blah blah. All right, we created a box, new reverb. It's all awesome. But now, before we were actually allocating more memory. I wonder if this change broke it. We had a reverb VFS here, which we malloc. So now it's just the top section because it's only the size of the sqlite 3 VFS. So we allocate that memory here, and then we set it up here with our app data pointing to reverb. Why would it care where that memory came from? I don't think it would. Oh, number to result. Oh, well, we do bubble that error up. I was thinking, oh, we're just swallowing this result. No, try operator. All right. Detrace on Mac. Okay. Yeah. Have to change SIP policies, which is a Okay. Well, I'm going to take a break. I might poke at this later. I think I might undo this change here. Let's see. So what was it before? Where's lib? Here. Oh, interesting one plan. I think you can make Xcode slash instruments do that without modifying. Oh, okay. Might have to try that. Yep. Size difference. Now it's just the size of the BFS. All right. So we used to have reverb be just after that memory. Would that have made a difference? Reverb VFS. I don't think so. Here we just cast it. So we have PApp data. And then we moved these up. Oh, are those correct? Those got moved up. What if they're not pointing to the right thing anymore? This is the memory that was allocated. Reverb VFS is the default VFS. Reverb VFS is here. It's already allocated. We just store the pointer. Probably also need the alignment. Yeah. Okay. Probably. Although, Reverb is never interacted with directly from SQLite. They always call this memory, that the functions defined off of that, and then Rust code interacts with Reverb. These via yes. Yes, they are. So this one here is the pointer to the default, the one that we ask SQLite for when we start up. And this is our new one. Yeah, I don't think I need them aligned. So we get the default one here. This line there. Ensure it's not null. Calculate the size. Allocate some memory. Store the pointer to that memory here. Wait, did I dereference the pointer here? No. Default VFS is not null? We should have bailed if it was. We check here. It is. It really is. I used to do a lot more with not null, non null. Yeah. It needs a fixing. It needs to be fixed. I agree. It's weird every time I see it. All right. But I'm going to take a break. Thank you all for hanging out. not going to raid. I'm just going to go.